He's just finishing that. We're ready now. Agwini úsla go léir chun fáilte roimh tá slú anna bhór an seo a ríist an ocht. Agus chun fáilte féile chuig ár gúirtóir úsal a tháinig just díreach inis in ár measc. Bhí sé anna gnóthach an óh de bhí tomáint ó bhleach lia chun a bheith an seo an ocht. Agus Curigi fáilte mór ribh an tústal éimeán á críomh teachta dá. Ní léon dát ach go mhainnig sibh tainneamh as an ócáid seo sílam. Agus seo é an tarna úr go bhfuil míad go léir bailithe an seo chun an óir a bhronna éarnach a bhí mar fille, éarnach a bhí mar scríbhnóir, agus 4 tír gráthóir, ach de bhí sé I bhfad óna hir féinnig. Béisiúd Peter Golden. We remember this evening, for the second time this year, we gather together to remember and to honour Peter Golden. And on the last occasion that we assembled here, we had Etna Golden Sachs, we had Terence Golden, and we had Deirdre Golden present for the unveiling of the plaque in Masseytown, where he was born in the year 1877. Now, Agwini Ushla, the person who has probably contributed most to the memory of Peter Golden is the man that's sitting at the table there, signing those books, agus Arish Turigi Bula Boss Moore to Jim Hurley. On this occasion, there are people here from Ryland, people from Donamore, people here from Macroom, from Ballinagree, from Clondrohid, Padraig Hickey is here from Cullen. We have Dini O'Quinton of Gallivey. We have people from Kilmichael. We have people from Cork City. And indeed, we have people from practically all over the county who felt they needed to be here tonight on this occasion. And we wish, and I would express on behalf of all the members of the committee, I would express our sincere gratitude to you for coming along on this occasion again this evening. Now, our format for the evening, we're going to give you a taste of Peter Golden first. And we have people who have worked diligently at their works and at his works in order to present their contribution to the memory of Peter Golden here this evening. Now, we're going to start with a song which comes from Dunamore. And the song was written by William Honohan. Now, many of you will know Bob Honohan, for better or for worse, if you met him on the sideline at a football match. But Bob's grandfather was William Honohan. He was known as William the Leaguer because he was involved in the Land League. And William Honohan wrote this song, Ancient and Sweet Dunamore. And we selected this song this evening, which will be sung by Mamie O'Shea. We selected this song because William Honohan was a Fír Cara, the Padar O'Gorley, a true friend of Peter Golden's. Currigi file to riv Mamie O'Shea.
One evening through Derry I merrily rambled of late, with social companions considered our sport being great. It being the first time in my life I felt my spirit soar in the charming fine place called ancient sweet Dunamore. The green groves of Derry, they are a most picturesque sight. The streams that run clear and sparkle with water so bright. The fields are all covered with daisies, rich garments they wore. In that angelic place called ancient sweet Dunamore. At Dunamore Cross, after Mass, what pleasure prevails, with the jingling of glasses and drinking of porter and ale. And Teddy the Topper, he's up with the greatest uproar, proclaiming the rights of ancient sweet Dunamore. Now we'll go down to Fornocht, what beautiful sights you will see, and down by the Shornock, where trout all about swimming free. For hunting and fishing, there's no place could offer you more than the woods and the breaks around ancient sweet Dunamore.
Thank you very much, Mamie, indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when Etna Sachs went back to the United States after the unveiling of the plaque, she wrote to each member of the committee, and she also sent a number of copies of this little booklet here called Poems of the Irish Republic. And these were poems that were written, of course, by Peter Golden, and he, as one of his many publications. And within this collection here is a poem which will be read by Pearse Gunn. It's a prayer for the young men of Ireland, and Pearse Gunn is director of the Cork Shakespearean Society. Curfáil to Riv Pearse.
They have heard the cry. Again they have heard the cry come throbbing, throbbing down the wind. The cry that came ringing down the centuries, the cry that led our fathers to the prison, the cry that led our fathers to the scaffold, but it never led them to dishonor, nor ever sullied their standard with any stain. And now it comes again. The cry that was heard by O'Donnell in Spain, for the wide, wide waters could not keep him and that cry separate. The cry that was heard by O'Neill in Rome as he lay broken in bitterness and desolation. The cry that was heard by Sarsfield wailing in passionate heartbreak as he fell fighting for others on a far foreign field. Tone heard it and rocked an empire's throne. Emmet heard it and became his people's inspiration. It came clamorous and piercing to the ears of Connolly and Pearse. Softly it crooned beside the cot of Terence McSweeney in Brixton and went with Kevin Barry up the creaking scaffold stair. And now it comes again, more terrible than ever in its anguish, more terrible than ever in its heartbreak, more terrible than ever in its pain. And hearing it, they go, the young men of Ireland go, the glorious lads of the red mouths, the glorious lads of the shy, kindly faces, the glorious lads of the white virgin bodies, the glorious lads whose laughter was like a song, whose glowing eyes are ever uplifted, who do not know what it is to be afraid. They go now, but oh, in what sorrow, and with what hearts heavily laden, for they go against their own. They go because of the white light of their worship. They go because of the quenchless flame of their faith, to save her who is their mother, to save her who is their queen, to save her from scorn, to save her from shame, to save her from becoming a byword and a reproach. They go through the heartbreak, they go through the sorrow, they go through the blinding bitterness and grief that are more terrible than any death, to cover her with the mantle of their love, to raise over her the banner of their adoration, to make of their fair young bodies a roadway over which
for Knock.
Stupid of poetry that breaks my heart. I've dwelt amongst you those 22 years. I'm feeling lonely, we now must part. To a foreign shore I am going to travel and seek a fortune whilst in my bloom. I'll soon return if God will spare me to my friends and neighbours in Knocknagown. It's hard to part with the dear old homestead, but what's allotted we must go through. It's harder still, sure, to leave behind me my friends and relations and parents too. To bid farewell, it will almost fail me. A bitter tear from my heart falls down. And whilst I live, I will remember those times so weary in Knocknagown. No more roving or evening scoving, when will I ride on my father's steed, as I used to do when young and airy, and jump the fences from field to field. But by those laws that are poured on Erin, and by taxation she's trodden down, leaves many the one like me bewailing when leaving Erin and Knocknagown. Farewell, dear father, and likewise mother. Farewell, dear brothers and sisters too. Farewell, dear comrades, all here amongst me. When o'er the ocean I'll think of you. Farewell, Mavourneen, from thee I'm sailing, for woe is nature, and it I'll drown. And a fond goodbye to those lovely fair maids with light hearts airy in Knocknagown. I am not a poet of high experience, but heart's woe nature caused me to whine. And being at leisure one evening lately, I sat bewailing to write these lines. Now I must close, for my heart is aching, a bitter tear from my eyes roll down. I wish success to all behind me. Goodbye, old Erin and Knocknagown.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Now, Peter Golden's reflection on Macroom within the town is indicated in his earlier writings. There too was the dear old town among the hills, with the beautiful river flowing between, o'er whose banks still frown that grand old castle, that may have bravely withstood the march of the invaders, or witnessed the last glorious struggle of the thousands of souls who died immortally and grand for Mother Ireland. There it stood, clothed with ivy, looking dark and frowning, as if mourning over days that were gone, but still erect and grand, as if to inspire one with the hope that though we were deprived of our own and sent broadcast over the earth, by God there should yet come a day for revenge. Now that was his description on reflecting on the town of Macroom, but he reflected even more through a very beautiful poem, and particularly for the people within Macroom that know the old bridge and know the castle of Macroom and knew the castle house of Macroom as it was, then this particular poem will have a particular special meaning. And to recite this poem, would you please welcome Eugene O'Riordan to recite the lines of the Salon, please.
Hello. When Terence McSweeney, Peter Golden's friend and cousin, was dying in prison, he wished that his soul may pass through Ireland. Peter Golden, in this poem, in this lyric, adopted the same imagery. And in the third verse here, there is the usual deep historic trend that Peter Golden always adopts when he refers, I'm sure, to the Cromwellian escapade in Macroom and Bishop McGeegan's gallant defense of the town and the country. Anyway, I'll try to put an air to it. When my soul has escaped from his prison of clay and winged this aerial flight through the blue, methink I shall hover a while on my way to bid Macroom a last lingering adieu. When the birds are all sleeping and the stars shining bright, and the moonbeams that play upon every lawn, I'll poise for the last of earthly's delight on the banks of my own, my lovely Salon. Dear spot where in childhood I oftentimes played with the friends and companions now scattered afar, and dreamt the rain dreams that soon were to fade mid the din of the world's rude clamor and war. Fondly I cherish each memory dear, flooding my memory fresh and clear, that embellish the hues of life's roseate dawn on the banks of my own, my lovely Salon. Historic old town, for historic thou art, and hast writ in thy country this story a leaf. When the time came to strike, didst thou not take part, and the struggle was grand, heroic though brief. Salon, thy waters keen for the brave, who before the invader were destined to fall, when valor and daring availed not to save, and the tyrant strode conqueror, lord over all. Oh, delighted I'd gaze upon every spot, when I knew in the sweet hours of childhood so well, and though from them I've roamed, I've never forgot, fain would I linger to bid them farewell. On the bridge's old battlement long would I stay, till the skylark betokened the coming of dawn, And ascending on high, I'd look down on my way for a last long farewell to lovely Ceylon. You know, well.
Ramila Margaret Eugene. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at the unveiling of the plaque in Masseytown, I think one of the momentous occasions during the unveiling was the manner in which Etna Sachs stood up, American-born, and spoke Tre Gaeilge. And it was remarked on by Rory Brewer at her great fluency in Gaelic. Now, throughout his life, Peter Golden never spoke Irish, and yet he wished that he knew the Gaelic language, but was never brought up to speak it. And he told his wife that some of the older children at home knew it, but discouraged the children from learning it because they needed it themselves as a means of communication with each other. So they didn't want the children then to understand. So they had a different strategy that time than what they have now, I think. But he did, it's quite interesting to note that he did collect a lot of Gaelic dictionaries and books written in Gaelic. But again, he never had the time to study them. Now, his great love of Ireland, which is expressed, as you will read, throughout every single solitary page of this beautiful book, his great love of Ireland is expressed particularly in a poem that he wrote, O Mother of Mine. And there's nobody better around to sing it than Peggy Lynch.
Oh, mother of mine. Sorry. Oh, I'm very nervous tonight, I'm afraid. Oh, there's no one at all in the world like you, dear. No one at all who so holds to my heart. No one so tender and no one so true, dear. No one from whom I from you would depart. Though exiled afar to the land of the stranger, I shall not forget you in shadow or shine, in sickness or sorrow, in dread or in danger. To you I'll be faithful, O mother of mine. Through the night of my exile, your hands up upheld me. Your memory has cheered me and lighted my way. And the hope, oh my mother, has everywhere thrilled me, that soon I shall witness the dawn of the day. That day that will see from each mountain and valley the sheen of our sabres resplendently shine. When your children again all around you shall rally to bring back you glory, O mother of mine. O mother of mine, can you hear how I cry to you, call to you all through the night time and day? Yearn for you, long for you, wish I might fly to you, but awaken to find myself far, far away. Sure the heart in my bosom is broken with longing, and my soul for your face never ceases to pine. And through all my life there is no thought comes thronging that is not for you, dear, O mother of mine.
You needn't worry at all, Peggy, we're all nervous. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the final item in this part of the presentation, and it's a moving item really, because it relates to the final days of the removal of the body of Peter Golden to Cork. And his final homecoming came about as a consequence of the American Association for the Recognition of the Irish Republic, who decided on the 29th of March in 1926 to set up a special Peter Golden Memorial Fund. Now, the fund, one of the aims of the fund was to bring his body back to Ireland. And an instruction was given that at each of the American Association for the Recognition of the Irish Republic meetings right across America, an instruction was given that a poem that was written by Dr. James T. Gallagher entitled Peter Golden was to be read at each one of those meetings right across the United States. And Mandy Kelleher is now going to recite this poem for us. And the poem is, as I said, Peter Golden. Give Mandy a nice warm welcome, please.
Peter Golden. God rest you, Peter Golden, your spirit true and tired, and may you with the saints of God forevermore abide. But Ireland that you love so well, and toiled for all your day, will miss you, Peter Golden, more than words can ever say. Ah, who will now with tongue of flame our country's wrongs assail, arouse with matchless eloquence the laggards of the Gael? Ah, who will tell the story of the brave who fought and bled, and sing the songs of motherland, since you are with the dead? God rest you, Peter Golden, you are a friend to men. Your soaring mind was near confined to any race or clan. Whatever right arose to smite or end oppression's thrall, your tongue and pen thrilled daring men like battle's trumpet call.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think you should give all our contributors a nice acknowledgement, please. When Eamon de Valera went to America, he was befriended by Peter Golden. Eamon de Valera was born on October the 14th, 1882 in New York. He married Sinead Ben Ilanagoin on January the 8th, 1910. They had a daughter, Emer de Valera. On October the 21st, 1875, here in Macroom, Sean O'Keefe was born. He married Hannah O'Keefe. Her birthday, we don't know. And they had a son, Brien O'Keefe, who was born in 1916. Brien O'Keefe married Emer de Valera in April of 1941. And their family was Sean O'Keefe, Brien O'Keefe, Rory O'Keefe, Owen O'Keefe, Nora O'Creeve, Mara O'Creeve, Katrina O'Creeve, and Vivian O'Creeve. Agus duine don clown sin atá in our measc anseo a rugug sa bhliain agus tá sílam gúlam ceart nédiag chuige Éimeann O'Creeve TD. Now, to introduce the next part of the proceedings, and having frightened Éimeann O'Creeve with all of the information that was tracked down, and more and more and more with it, because I have about 4 pages that was tracked down, and just to give you an indication of the breadth of the men that wrote this book tonight, it was tracked down by Jim Herlihy. And to proceed with the next part of this program, I'd call now, please, on Mr. Pat Kelleher.
Tá anna áthas ormsa, cíd míle fáilte a chur go gach inge a tháinig an sánacht. Fáilte speisialte a chur go Éimeann O'Creeve ó Cúnta an Gaillimh. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Peter Golden Committee, I would like to take this opportunity of welcoming each and every one of you here tonight. The purpose of our committee was to honour Peter Golden. It started with Jim O'Herlihy, whose research goes back 8 or 9 years ago. And I think I mentioned this at the unveiling in Masseytown. Jim came to Paddy O'Mahony ag Lough. He was tracing his roots. And he mentioned it to Paddy O'Mahony. And Paddy O'Mahony said to him, "Why not write about Peter Golden?" And that's what Jim did. And there is no doubt that Jim has done a tremendous job in his research and putting all that into print. We came in contact with Jim Herlihy through Nari Barrett and Mrs. Welsh here in Macroom. Last year, the Golden family were coming to Ireland, and we felt that a committee should be formed to honour Peter Golden. So the first thing we did was to organise to have a plaque erected at his house in Masseytown in Macroom. And after that, to help Jim Herlihy in the publication of his book on Peter Golden. Now, the number on the committee is about 15 or 16, and the sincerity of that committee is fantastic. I think when they read about Peter Golden, they were so convinced of the sincerity of that man and what he did for this country that they felt it was time for people in the area to help out and to bring us as far as where we are tonight. Now, I have no doubt we're here tonight and we have a very large crowd, but that Peter Golden's commemorations will not finish here tonight, because universities and researchers will find much more and bring it to the public light after what Jim Herlihy has done. I want to congratulate Jim Herlihy, and I've known Jim now for 3 or 4 years, but that man actually, he sleeps, he eats, and he drinks Peter Golden. I would like to welcome here tonight Eamon O'Keefe. His roots are very deep in Macroom. And what I have to say about Eamon O'Keefe is he has never turned his back on any platform. On the border roads, on the northern issues, people that were organising these always found a friend in Eamon O'Keefe. And we are very proud, and he was especially selected because he has so much in common with Peter Golden to launch this book here tonight. Now I know that Eamon has a few surprises for us, and we let that to the man himself. But you are very, very welcome in your hometown. We are at an age when history doesn't seem to be that important anymore. People say about the famine that it was an act of God. And people say that 1916 was organised by a bunch of lunatics, by professors and theologians. And our modern historians seem to be going back on what is good about Ireland. And I think this is a pity. And to allow those people get away with that is very, very unfair. And with these few remarks, I now call on Eamon O'Keefe to say and to launch the book and say a few words to us. Eamon.
A chairde, chorlade, a chardja. It does about a boilum, Milo Burgers a clackley, a sochtum quidde, hiocht kumak from her. The Brolarum Groma Began in Jernach a chiocht, ach vi law, Kroger Kagumangale, agat Niraidlum and Bali Moragel, Kolua, ag the Visulagum lesh. Ach reochi. Cúis anáthis teacht go dtíon tríomh se tíre, agus má tá ráite tá agus bhí baint mhór ag mo bhaintear leis an tríomh se an tír. I'd like to thank the committee for the invitation here tonight and to say that it's a special privilege and honour to come here to Macroom. As has been pointed out, the roots of the O'Keefe family are deep in the Macroom area, and my O'Keefe grandparents came from Macroom. But I'll talk more about that later on. I'd also like to particularly compliment Jim Herlihy here tonight. As has been said, there is a tendency now to try to forget the past. But it's my view that you can't understand the future without knowing something about your past. And that one of the great mistakes this generation could make would be to ignore the accumulated wisdom of centuries in a kind of pride in the past, to forget all about that, thinking that we've now risen above all of that and that we don't need to know anything about our past. And we rely on people like Jim Herlihy to remind us of our past, and particularly to remind us of the selfless sacrifices that people made so that we might be free, meet in free assembly, and have self-government in this part of the country. I have the privilege at present in serving on the Forum for Peace and Reconciliation. And it is only when you sit down from people from the north who have no government that they can relate to that you suddenly realise what native government means, what the privilege, even if you think all the politicians are doing the wrong thing, at least they're your own, and at least they're accessible, and at least you can blame them and get rid of them. That's a long way from having 20 or 30 people over in Westminster representing a whole island and having very little say in what would be decided for our people. One thing reading about Peter Golden that always strikes me is the huge tradition of education and learning that is so deep in every part of this country. Whether you go to Cork, to Galway, to Donegal, there certainly was a tradition and a thirsting for knowledge. A thirsting that I often wonder, is it there in the same measure nowadays, despite all the education and all the educational establishments? And a particular thirsting for knowledge for its own sake. And a knowledge because learning and education is a good thing in itself. And certainly, in the case of Peter Golden and his family, that was very true. As has been pointed out, the O'Keefes came from Macroom. And again has been said, my grandfather on my father's side, that Sean O'Keefe, I understand that his father had a tannery here in the town. There were some financial or business problems. The tannery closed and they went to live in Dunmanway. He was an Irish language enthusiast and he gave his life's work to the Irish language and wrote several pamphlets, booklets, etc. He also, of course, knew Terence McSweeney well. And my father showed me the other morning, we were talking about the fact that I was coming down here, and my father produced for me some little booklets, and dedicated inside the fly cover of the book was Gohan O'Keefe le Fear Vas o Trealach Macsivna, to Sean O'Keefe, with respect, from Terence McSweeney. Now, when I asked my father about Peter Golden, I said, do you know anything about him? And he said to me, as far as I can remember, he said, Peter Golden visited our house when we were on holidays in Brien in 1922. He said, I'll try to check it for you. I would have been 6 years of age at the time, but he said, as far as I can remember, he said, he visited us and he brought us out in a car. And of course in 1922, cars weren't all that flourishing, so it would have been something that a young person would have remembered at that time. He did a little more study and he has come to the conclusion that, first of all, that is factually correct. He also said that his memory was that the reason that Peter Golden had gone to Bray was that he wanted to visit a northern poet called Joseph Campbell, who was living in Enniskerry at the time. And he rang me on Saturday morning to tell me that he had checked that out and that it was correct that Joseph Campbell was living in Enniskerry at the time. So it would appear that that memory is correct and that Peter Golden visited Sean O'Keefe, my paternal grandfather, in Bray in 1922. Of course, with all the local connections here, that wouldn't have been as extraordinary as it would appear. But there's another twist in the story. As far as he can make out, Sean O'Keefe's grandmother was Margaret McSweeney. Terence McSweeney's grandfather was a John McSweeney, and Peter Golden's grandmother was a Catherine McSweeney, and that these were all brothers and sisters. Now, I'm going to leave it to Jim Hurley to finish the research and try to verify whether this is true or not. But as far as he can make out, that actually is correct, which would leave that, in inviting me here tonight, you mightn't have realised it, but my grandfather and Peter Golden would appear to be second cousins, and I will leave Jim Hurley to either verify that or deny it, to prove it or to disprove it. But as far as we can make out, that is correct, and that there is a double connection there between Sean O'Keefe, Peter Golden and Terence McSweeney. Now, of course, as you know, Peter Golden emigrated in 1901, and that he got very involved in the Friends for Irish Freedom. He is the Secretary in New York, the Friends for Irish Freedom, and the National Secretary of the American Association for the Recognition of the Irish Republic. He was very involved in the bond drive in America, and of course all this is no doubt detailed in great detail in the book. And there's no necessity for me to give a bad and short synopsis of what you'll find in great detail in the book. But that's where the double connection comes in, of course, because my mother's father was Eamon de Valera, and that's where I understand the connection between Peter Golden and Eamon de Valera got formed when he went to America collecting the money. And, you know, we talk about getting structural funds nowadays, but the work that was done in America in collecting money for a republic that existed in the mind, but certainly not on the international stage, the lobbying that went on behalf of the Irish independence movement in America in the 1919, 1920, 21 period, I think must have been one of the most extraordinary organizational efforts that was ever achieved by any country or any people in history. And the sums of money that were collected at that time, right across the United States of America, are mind-boggling in today's terms. And that would not have been possible without the huge band of people, of Irish people who had had to flee these shores, who made a huge effort to ensure that the campaign that obviously de Valera was very much to the forefront in America as President of the Republic was a resounding success, and that a huge amount of money was collected to ensure that there would be money to drive ahead with the independence movement here at home in Ireland. And I often think that we don't give credit to the people in America, people like Peter Golden, who ensured that the financial resources were there to set up an independent government here, to run Dáil Éireann here, and ensure that we had a good and well-organised independence movement at home. And one of the things that often stuns me when I think about it is how a group of amateurs, basically, people who had never been involved in big administration, managed both in Ireland and in America to do such an organisational job. They had no civil service behind them. They were up against the largest empire the world had ever seen, with the resources of civil servants and backup, and they still managed to set up their own government, their own negotiations, collect their own funds, and to press ahead with the movement. And it would not have been possible if it hadn't been for the people in America. Now, as was pointed out, Peter Golden came back to Ireland in August 1922, and that was the time that he paid the visit to Sean O'Keefe. But he also came down here to Cork, and he met Eamon de Valera in Gurstaflodig in an effort to try stop the tragic civil war that was taking place at that time. And certainly that was a courageous thing to do, to come over here and try to stop what I think everybody recognises was one of the great tragedies in Irish history. Because the more you look at the Civil War, the more you realise that it was created from the outside by giving impossible choices to people, and that it was the classic version of divide and conquer. As you know, Peter Golden died in 1926, in February 1926. and was buried in Cork in the Republican plot. In fact, I understand from the information given that he's the only non-combatant that was buried in the Republican plot in Cork. And I think that is a tribute to the importance of the man in Irish history. But there's another reason why I think it's very important that Peter Golden and people like him are remembered. Looking at politics today, looking at the world we live in, I think it's fair to say that the emphasis seems all the time on what people can get out of their country rather than what they can put in. That the importance at times would appear to be getting position rather than what work we can do. And I think that it was extraordinary in that generation that so many people came forward who stood to lose everything, including people like Terence McSweeney and all the others who even gave their lives for independence, who are willing to sacrifice everything for a belief. And that is another reason why, in my view, occasions like this are so important. Because I think it is very important that people, particularly young people, would not always get the impression that you often get from the media that the only thing in life is what you can get out of life, and that it's not important anymore to put something back into your country or your community. And one of the things about country, people say the era of the nation state is gone. I don't believe that, because all I see in a country is a large, large family. A family where you can get an identification between all the members of it, where there's a common bond. To me, that's what a nation is about. That's what a people are about. And I would have to say, in all my travels up and down the country, whether I go to Rathlin Island on the northeast coast, Ballycastle, down to Rostrevor, Newry, Galway, Donegal, Kerry, Waterford, I always get the same feeling of identity, no matter where you go. And we've all, or any of us who have travelled outside the country, know that you always feel a little bit lost until you find another Irish person, and that inevitably when you do find somebody that's from Ireland, you get in a huddle and you'll wind up talking about football and hurling and all the things that bind us together as a huge family. And I think it's very important that we will continue to do that, to bind ourselves together as a family, because if we could do that, I think it would be the interest of everybody in this island. It would be the interest of all the communities that make up this island. And I think that a lot of the problems we face would be solved if we could bind ourselves together more and more, not afraid of the outside world, but to be in such a way that we'd be so strong in our own identity that we would be able to face and look in the outside world, look at it, but still retain our own essential difference at the same time. It was very interesting that the question of the Irish language and Peter Golden and Peter Golden's daughter having learnt Irish was mentioned. I remember my mother saying to me one day that if both the O'Keefe grandparents and the De Valera grandparents were alive, that the one thing that would make them very happy would be that so many of their great-grandchildren are native Irish speakers. And I would appeal particularly to parents here not to forget the Irish language. It is important because of all the symbols and badges of nationality. It's the one that defines us most clearly. And to know Irish is not to forget English. But it is a very important part of being Irish. And certainly from the tradition that I come from, and the Macroom tradition particularly, there was always a huge emphasis on that part of our national identity. And I think it is very important in a nice way that young people would be encouraged to learn the language, to value the language. As they say in our part of the country, it's no burden on you. And it is something that I would certainly say in my own life has been very enriching and very much as a unifying force. I have visited the North an awful lot of times in the last 2 years. And there was one reason why. I initially went up to Armagh on a mission like this, launching a book. And I got invitation after invitation. The book was about some of the writings of Cardinal O'Fee. I got invitation after invitation to various parts of the north from Irish language groups in Belfast, in Ballycastle, in Newry, and eventually out to Rathlin Island, because there was a huge binding force, a huge common interest in every corner of this island. Mar a dúirt mé go tús, bhail an fearhwalla a thuairt gon choiste, gon obair ionta go tá déanta acu, gon obair ionta go tá déanta acu le cuimhne Peter Golden no Padre O'Goley no Chynal Bew. Bhail an freisin fearhwalla a thuairt go Jim Harlahe, obair crua, obair go mín go leor dú a baint leis, I sé leabhar a scríobh, agus tá sé sin déanta go slachtar. Bhail an freisin míle uachas a ghlacha as ocht an cuide híocht agus an leabhar seo a láinseil. Tá mé reis meas mó bhaintear seo nocht, agus bhail an buachas a ghlacha leis a goiste as ocht an deistin a thuairt chum. Agus leis sin, bhail an leabhar brá seo, an leabhar slachtar seo, a cheoladh a hefagúil, I'd like to launch the book Peter Golden, The Voice of Ireland, a biography by Jim Harlahe. I'd like to launch it officially. Good míle maith.
Thank you, Yemen, and I now call on Jim Hurley to say a few words.
If one of the previous speakers was nervous this evening, you can imagine how I feel after that. Mr. Chairman, elected representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I too would like to welcome you all here this evening and to thank you for your marvellous support. In particular, I would like to thank Mr. Raymond O'Queeve, TD, for travelling all the way from Galway to be with us here this evening and performing the launch. He told me last Saturday morning that he had some surprises for me, and I just have another little one for him because, as he's already said, his paternal grandparents came from the Macroom area, and his maternal grandfather, Eamon de Valera, was a great friend of Peter Golden. The connection does not end there because in Peter Golden's papers I found a letter of condolence from Eamon de Valera's mother, Mrs. Wheelwright, née Kate Coll. It was in O'Leary's house in Gortafloddig, Gugan Barra, where Peter Golden met de Valera in September 1922. He mentions that in the letter dated September the 7th. And he also mentions Sean O'Queeve in the same letter, by strange coincidence, who was his, I believe, publicity officer at the time. A few short fields away from that house where they met in 1922 is a rock, and to this day it's known as Dev's Rock. Just a few days ago I was told that Nancy Cochran and Eamon de Valera were in the first carriage at Peter Golden's funeral. There's a lady in the audience I know who was in, she's just there by the white coat, who was in the second carriage, and I thank her for coming this evening. I wish to thank each and every one of the performers here this evening who have joined us in celebrating Peter Golden's last public recital of songs and poetry, which was performed at Rumford Hall, New York, 69 years ago, this very evening at 8:30 p.m. And the second photograph down here is actually the programme on the night. And as Mr. O'Keefe has just mentioned, one of the persons whom he called to in 1922 was Joseph Campbell. And in fact, one of the songs mentioned at one of the readings that he gave on that programme is by Campbell. It's called The Blind Man at the Fair. I cannot say enough of the Peter Golden Committee, without whose tremendous support we would not have seen this book in print, and I thank them very sincerely. To the printers, Tower Books, Patricia Daly and Tom Clark, who's here, I wish to give a very special thanks for their attention to detail and the superb quality of their work. To the Golden family, who unfortunately cannot be with us, but They've been on to phone to me all the week, and I know they've been on to other members of the committee. I thank them very sincerely. That is his twin daughters, Etna and Deirdre, now 75 years of age, and Terence, who's 77. One of the greatest achievements, I'd say, of this committee was to bring that family together in Ireland. And it was a remarkable occasion to see a non-political meeting in Macroom and a dedication of a plaque attended by no less than Terence McSweeney's daughter, Maura McSweeney, and Cathal Brua, both whose parents died tragically for this country. I'd like to thank Barry O'Brien for his fine editing of the manuscript and all the headaches I gave him in bringing him so much paper. I thank him very sincerely again. To Paddy Crowley, Ryland, who cannot be with us here this evening, I heard that he was sick the other day, so he's the recipient of the first book. And sick and all as he was, he told me the other night, he said, see outside that window, he says, where we are now. He said, in 1922, he says, Peter Golden gave a speech there to hundreds of people. I thank him very sincerely for his work. And, of course, Paddy O'Mahony, whose father was a correspondent of Peter Golden's. And it was through his house that a lot of the money came in Bibles, $100 bills and Bibles. And I thank Paddy O'Mahony for the amount of work and the amount of clarification in detail that he's given me over the years. Thank you very much, Paddy. To Norrie Barrett, I want to pay a special thanks because only for her, since 1959, she has kept up correspondence with the Golden family. It was not lost in 1926 when Peter died. But it was picked up again, and I thank Norrie for keeping up that correspondence. Tá beagán géilge agam, ach what I would like to say is that the only connection I have in a remote nature with anything with De Valera would be my father's first wife was in Healy from Carrigadrohid. And her nephew was Father Vincent Dinan, and he was Provincial of the Holy Ghost Fathers, and he was also President of Rockwell. And I have a lovely photograph of him telling De Valera a joke in Blackrock College. So that's the only connection, remote connection I have. And finally, I'd like to thank my wife Denise and my two children, Colin and Rachel, for allowing so many Goldens into the house. Thank you very much indeed.
Now, before we conclude this stage of the presentation, there are a few people that I have to thank. First of all, I would like to express the committee's deep appreciation to the press. They were very kind to us. They gave us enormous help. Our funds, I might say, were small starting off because, funnily enough, these kind of historical collections are not regarded as good publicity. And our local press were very, very good to us. I would like in particular to thank County Sound because all during today they kept announcing the book launch here tonight. I would like to thank particularly Martin Fitzgerald and his staff for the way they cooperated with us and encouraged us and the way they placed their premises at our disposal. I would like to thank Conor Reardon, on whose house the plaque was placed. Himself and Mrs. Reardon were most cooperative and were very enthusiastic about the whole thing. I would like to thank the ladies who were helping with the tea here tonight. I would like to thank Eugene O'Riordan, the secretary, for the amount of work himself and Christy Leahy put into the organising of the plaque in Masseytown. Indeed, Eugene went to as much trouble about the proper Irishness of Padre O'Golleen and Christie, they deserve a good round of applause. I would like to thank Kevin Cotter, our Treasurer, for the amount of work which he did, and I would like to thank Michael O'Connor, our PRO, for the excellent work which he has done with the last 3 weeks in highlighting tonight's function. Each and every one of the committee, I won't mention their names in case I'd leave out somebody, but I am extremely grateful to them, and they were a beautiful committee to work in. There was never a problem. Everybody threw his weight, as I said earlier on. I would like to welcome here tonight from Eamon O'Keefe's adopted county, Maura and Pat O'Connell, Annette and Gary Redmond. Now, they are personal friends of Etna Golden when she did her Irish classes in Connemara. They came to the launch and they're here tonight. They are very, very welcome. I would like to thank Peggy Lynch, Mamie O'Shea, Teresa Hurley, Pierce Gunn, Eugene O'Riordan and Mandy Kelleher for the contribution which they made earlier on in the night. And later on we'll have the Dunamore set answers and several others, I won't mention their names, for the second part of the programme. Jerry Mccarthy and his band will supply the music. I would like to thank the TSB Bank in Macroom, the new bank, the Third Force in Banking. They were the one bank that came forward, even though Peter Golden collected supposedly $1.5 million. He seemed to be forgotten, but the TSB Bank did not, and they gave us a grand press conference, and that's very, very important. I would like to thank the Macroom Historical Society, because it was there we held our first meetings, and it was felt in that in the enormous size of this production that it was important to allow a separate Peter Golden committee. There were also contributors to the financial end of it, so we are very, very grateful to the Macroom Historical Society. Humphrey and Jerry Lynch from Ballavourna, financially, they were very good to us. Christopher de Barrode from Cork, who contributed to the fund and who is a man that has done great work in the cross-border area, not today, but for the last 20 years. He is in and again, I suppose that is all I have to say at the moment. I would now call on Eugene O'Riordan, our secretary, and could we have Nari Barrett please come forward to the rostrum. We have a little presentation. Nari Barrett. Nari Barrett. It was Nari's grandmother, of course, who reared Peter Golden. Would you like to say a few words? Yeah. The help that Nari gave us, her wish has come true tonight that Peter Golden...
She's coming to me in Macroom 35 years,
yeah,
since 1959, when she came and discovered my mother. My mother gave her all the history of her father, how my grandmother reared him. And he grew up, and of course he went to America. Then he lived with Johnny Tom Gleason for a while before he went to America. And he came home in 1922, and he was in Macroom one day anyway, to meet De Valera, his friend. And then in the evening time, my brother was with him all day, and my grandmother was still alive at the time, and she was living in Pound Lane, and he went over. But of course you would know by his poems always that he was so sad and lonely to be gone from where he grew up, you know. So
Thank you, Nara.
that's all. So
Thanks for the help. I now call on Mrs. Hurley, Jim Hurley's Doty Pitt, and we have something for her too. Jean. She is the lady that has suffered through all. I now call on Paddy O'Mahony, Glowna Gluck, to come forward, please. Now that concludes this part of the evening. There'll be a cup of tea, and then we'll have a dance and plenty sing-song for the night. Thank you.
We have a very special feature now, just at this moment in time, and we'd like you to give them a very, very warm welcome. Just back in October, a group of set dancers went out to Manchester, and included in the competition that took place in Manchester were 18 different troupes of dancers. And this particular competition was a world set dancing competition. And especially here this evening, for all of our pleasure, we are very pleased that we have in our midst the world champions, the Dunamore set dancing troupe. Now, as it only happened in October, it is likely that this is probably the first official function that they're officiating at. And we'd like to think that anyway. But I'm going to introduce them as pairs, and would you welcome, please, the first couple of the set dancing team. Could I have, please, Phil Looney and Andy Barrett? Thank you. And the second couple, may I have Helen Buckley, please, and Ted Kelleher. I bet you didn't get an introduction like that in Manchester. And the third couple, please, may I have Helen Barrett and Sean Casey. And the good wine, as you all know, is always kept until the end. And could we have, please, Doreen Barrett and Felix Barrett? And ladies and gentlemen, you will have noticed that I called out Barrett and Barrett and Barrett and Barrett. And there were actually, I believe, 4 members of the same family in the troupe that won the World Championship. So congratulations to the Barrett. Now, I won't mention the others for the moment. On that occasion, when you go to Manchester, you take Moradurt on Tuslo Ling, you know, take the family with you. And they took the family of dancers, but they also took the musicians from Ireland with them. And the man that played for the World Championship and for the World Champions on that occasion is the man immediately behind me, and that is Mccarthy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dunamore set dancers are going to dance a polka and a hornpipe. All right, Lynn.
this time.